So I believe you want it from the breakpoint, right?
Yeah.
How do we put the breakpoint? We just click in this gray vertical bar right below this language icon. I click here, the breakpoint is put. Breakpoint means what? It's a kind of a checkpoint where I've asked my debugger to pause the execution. And there onwards, I want to do line by line execution. Maybe I'm facing some trouble here. I'm not getting the desired result. So I want to see at which step, which line of code the things are going back. That is possible if and only if I do the line by line execution. Am I right, Arya?
Yes, yes.
So this is where I identify that here onwards, the problem may be there. I put the breakpoint by clicking here, start, it pauses. And then I just need to use the function key F10. I say, okay, this line seems to be working fine. Problem is not here, maybe next line. I keep on doing this until and unless I find out where the trouble is.
Yeah,
Once I
okay.
find the trouble, I pause the execution. I stop the execution by clicking on stop button and modify the code and then do a debugging session once again. Once I get satisfied that yes, now the things are working fine, I remove all the breakpoints and then start the program once again to see it's working correctly. Understood?
Yes, understood. Yeah.
Okay, so time for a break. It's 11:05. 20 minutes of break we will take. We'll resume the session at 11:25. Make it 11:30. So where we are now going to see some basic implementation of object-oriented programming, and then eventually we will be climbing up the ladder to see the complex features as well. Okay. Break for tea, and we will be resuming the session at 11:30. So see you again at 11:30.
Okay, sir.
Welcome back, everyone. Shall we resume?
Yes.
Yes, Saket.
So this is the last thing we did before the break. Just head on to your Solution Explorer window. Uh, to make it auto hide, actually this pen icon should be in horizontal position. So that if you click anywhere outside that window, it is automatically hidden. If it is kept vertical, in that case, it will be always docked to your Visual Studio, either on left hand side or right hand side, wherever you have actually put it. So I usually keep it in auto hide mode by keeping that pin in horizontal position. So horizontal or vertical can be set just by clicking on that pin button. Okay, it's a toggle button actually. So just head on to Solution Explorer. If you have already closed that, you know where to get it back. View Solution Explorer gives you the same. Correct? What I'm looking for here is to add a new source code file for a new class that I'm looking to create by the name person. And I want that class file to be put into a separate folder to have some physical separation between the source code as well. And by creating a folder, automatically a namespace also gets created for us by the name of the folder itself. So it allows us to organize our code and the source code files properly. So just head on to Solution Explorer. This is your project with the C# language icon. Right click on this project and say add new folder. You should have the new folder option here. Let's name this as demographics. Done.
Yes, Saket.
Right click on this folder now, the demographics folder. Select add and select class. So you have this add new item dialog opened. By default, it selects the class option here as we selected class option from the add submenu. Just name this class as person and click on add. So you can see the person class has been added inside demographics folder, the CS file. And here is the content of that file, class person. See the namespace here. It's not exactly the same as what we had for program. It's csdemo.demographics, where demographics is actually the name of our folder. So it helps organize the code physically and logically both. Right? Make this class public. Define some data members here. Like this. Till here, it may look very much similar to what you might have already used in Java language. Yes.
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 Save this, go back to program.cs file. I'll comment this write line statement. I want to create the instance of person class over here. When I'm typing person, it's not popping up into the IntelliSense list. I say person p equals to new person. Complete the statement. But then on both occurrences of the person class name, it's showing me an error. Can you tell me why is it so?
You did not import the class
I did not import the namespace.
namespace.
Okay. So for this, here I go and say using, what is the namespace for person class? csdemo oop.demographics. So here I say using csdemo oop.demographics. Now person is not complaining. It's just accessible. A small change, instead of p, I'll make it p1. I say p1 dot id is equals to 101. P1 dot name is equals to James. P1 dot age is equals to 46. And then I want to get these values displayed back. So console.writeLine. Or write line and interpolated string id colon within curly brace I'll say p1 dot id comma name colon within curly brace I say p1 dot name comma age colon within curly brace I say p1 dot age. I hope till here practically there is nothing new. We all understand this, right? Yes.
Yes, Sagar.
Let's start this and see if we are able to see the desired result or not. Yes, I am. What would happen if I make this private? In person class, ID is the field which I made private. Immediately here it complains. ID is inaccessible due to its protection level. It has to be public if I want my client application, which is this code in the main method, to be able to use ID for read and write purposes, both. Yes or no?
Yes, okay.
But now, can I prevent something like this from happening? ID being a negative or a zero value, age being negative. Age cannot be negative. It has to be at least zero. Because it's a person object, there is no lower limit for the age. The newborn can also be a person, right? How do I prevent this? I probably want this name also to be a non-empty string where I have assigned empty. See what happens. It just gives me the wrong output. I want to prevent this. What should I do?
You have to use the check conditions, put the check conditions either inside a getter setter.
Yes. So we need to implement the encapsulation with the help of some sort of getter setter mechanism. And that all starts with making this private. And then I introduce the method like what we discussed. Public void that takes in integer ID. Then I say this dot ID is equals to ID. And then click int get ID that returns me ID. And here, instead of directly assigning, probably I can use a if statement to check ID is greater than 0. Then allow this else. New invalid operation exception. ID can't be less than equal to 0. How the usage will be here? Can I still use this kind of expression? No. To say p1 dot set id 101. If it is negative value at runtime, it will throw exception. And while reading this also, I have to say p1 dot get. I have to go for method calls. Am I right? Am I right? Now, as a typical user, tell me using this expression is easy, or using this one and this one is easy. Which one is easy and more readable? The commented option or the one that we have right now? Meanwhile, I just run it and test it. It seems to be working. Let's test with negative value here. Throws exception. I just say ignore it. By clicking on continue, I come out. If I put a try catch block over here, it won't pause on the throw statement. Rather, it will go to catch block and handle it. That we discussed yesterday, right? Right? Right, guys?
Yes, okay.
Now back to the same question. This expression compared with this new expression, what is more comfortable for a typical user?
Commented
first,
on.
the first one, yes.
commented one, right? So that's where .NET comes up with a solution. It .NET doesn't require you to actually call the methods here. But for that, the logic shouldn't be created as the part of the method as well. I just copy this if statement. I get these methods commented. Just assume these methods don't exist. So how do I provide getter setter behavior? Because my ID has been encapsulated by making it private. There, for public int ID, looks like I'm defining another variable, but unlike variable, here I have the curly braces in the declaration, which makes it look like a method. Okay, so it plays dual role. At the usage level, with this thing coming in, I can simply say v1.id here and here as well. Same expression I'll keep on using like what I had earlier. And then it allows me to make it behave like a method behind scenes with the help of the two blocks. The first block for getter operation, second block for setter operation. If both are present, that means I can read and write into this property, where I just put that set statement once again. And here I say the expression is id equals to value. And within get, I say return id. It's absolutely same code that we had in getter setter methods. Instead of methods, the getter and setter are now blocks. And their identifier is just one ID. I don't have get ID, set ID. I just have ID. And if the declaration you see, it's not like a method. It doesn't have any argument, any parenthesis. So the usage because of that is like a variable only. Right? But the blocks behave like the method behind scenes. Now one question I expect. Can someone tell me what is this value? From where it is coming from? Did we define value anywhere? No. It is an implicit parameter supplied by your language to the set block of your property. This is called as a property. It's neither a method nor a field. It's a separate type of entity called as property, which in the implementation behaves like a method, but while using it, you use it like a variable. Is this understood?
Saket, is there any restriction on the name of it?
Name of?
Like name of the property, like you specified ID. Just obviously it is
Line
the right
number
name.
13.
Yeah, but is it a compulsion or
Yeah,
something?
so there is no restriction, Ashita, as such. C# is a case sensitive language, so I am able to reuse this name with a different case. And logically, this ID is actually an accessor for this ID only. So convention is to use the same name with a different case.
Yeah.
But as such, language doesn't put any restriction. Understood?
Yeah.
Now, this code remains exactly same what I had earlier. See, here I'm accessing the field directly. Here I'm using it via property, but for me, it looks like I'm still working with a field only. Yes or no?
Yes.
Let's see the validation happening over here. For a wrong entry, it's throwing exception, and for a correct entry, it's just going ahead and showing me the right value. Okay, for 101, it should have worked.
Saket, how are we accessing small ID with capital ID? I'm not getting that.
Just a moment, just a moment. Yeah, so my code is supposed to change over here. That's what was causing the issue. Yeah, so it's working now. So coming back to your question, who was it?
Me,
Whose
sir.
question was it? Shaurya.
Me, sir.
Yeah, so you are saying, how come I'm able to use this ID and still I'm getting the value assigned to the small ID, not the capital one? And similarly, how I'm able to read it back, right?
Yes.
Your answer is within this implementation itself. The point is, when I'm using this expression, what I'm trying to do here, forget about property and field for a while.
No,
What
sir.
this expression signifies.
Now I got it. I was just confused when you used ID instead of value.
Yeah, still tell me what this expression we are doing.
We are setting the value of ID,
We are
capital ID
assigning
to ID.
101
Yeah.
to ID.
Yeah.
We are assigning. Technically, logically, which block should come into action, get or set?
Set.
Because this expression I can also say that I'm setting 1012 ID, right?
Right.
So it automatically invokes the set block. And the value that I'm passing here, 101, by default goes to this implicit parameter value. I check if the incoming value is greater than 0 or not. If yes, then only assign it to ID. Otherwise, throw exception.
Got it.
Similarly, when I'm using this expression, what I'm doing? Reading or writing? I'm reading.
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 In other way, can I say I'm getting the value of ID here?
Yes.
Which block will be called then? Where I have the expression return ID. One thing to be noted, your data is not stored in the property. Data is still stored in the field. Property is just the accessor. Like the set ID, get ID methods, getter setter methods. This is playing the same role in a simplified way. Understood? Is it interesting or not?
Yes.
Now, I want to do the same thing for name. I just this time don't write the property myself. I delete this existing public string name and I say PROPFULL prop full and press tab key twice. It automatically gives me the pair of the field and the property here with some default data type and some default name, where the data type of the field is already selected. I want the name property which is of type string. So I just start typing string. It replaces int and then press tab key to move to the variable name. Meanwhile, you can see the moment I press tab, this string, whatever data type I gave here, has been changed here as well. Earlier, this was also int. Now, the variable name is selected. I say its name and press tab to move to the property name. Meanwhile, I can see my var has been replaced with name in get and set blocks automatically. And then here I say the name of the property is name. Once this is done, press escape key twice to remove the selection. Your basic structure is ready. Get is returning name. I just arrange it on multiple lines to make it readable. Name equals to value, but I want a condition to be here. So I select this line of code, cut, type if, and press tab twice. It automatically completes the expression where I say value direct method available with string data type. If not string dot is null or empty value, then allow this name to be set to value, else throw new invalid operation exception. Name is mandatory. Message could be anything that you want. And the same way I can do it for age as well. I remove this and replace it with PROPFULL. Press tab key twice. I want the data type to be int, the field name to be age, property name to be age. Press escape twice. Arrange the get and set blocks. Make them better readable. Like this. Then I want to validate this, so I cut this and say if value is greater than or equal to 0, then allow this, else throw new invalid operation exception. Age cannot be negative number. Looks better structured, isn't it? Now probably you better understand the purpose of encapsulation, right? Yes? Let's go back to program and get this changed. Because name and age no more are accessible with the small n and small a. They are made private. To be able to access the values, I need to go with the properties. So I have provided a way, but it has to be the way how I have supported. No one can directly deal with my data members. And that way I keep my data members safe. Now exception for name, the reason is simple. Here the name is still being set to string.empty. I give a proper name over here. Let's say James. I expect this to be failing on age this time. because age I have given as a negative value. Right? Stop this and I correct this and start it again. So it's working. Now here there is no validation required, right? I cannot rely on the user of my code to always validate the data. What if user intentionally sends me incorrect details by not having any validated data input? So I want to prevent intentional or accidental or any non-intentional wrong data into my system. So as a provider of this particular code, I should take care of my own data. I cannot rely on anyone who is going to use my code. Understood? Is it understood?
Yes, Sagar.
I want to have a method introduced over here to give me the data back. So for that purpose, just after the age property, I say there is a publicly accessible method that returns me a string get data, or maybe I can precisely give it as get formatted data. And here I put the return statement with an interpolated string being returned. The interpolated string, let's say, is this one with some minor changes. As now I am writing this method as the member of the person class only, I don't need to refer the object. I can directly say its ID, its name, and here it is age. I should always make use of the properties for read and write purpose, even within the member functions, because otherwise this logic will be bypassed. Okay. And then with this method coming in, a small change needed here. Instead of write line used in this way, I go for write line p1 dot get formatted data. So as a client application, I don't need to write any logic to get my data formatted. I just say that what needs to be done with the formatted data being provided by my backend. So here I say, okay, collect it and pass it to write line so that it gets displayed on console. Understood? Is it understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Saket, can you repeat it again why we are doing this?
See, who is writing the person class? Assume that person class is written by developer 1, program class is the consumer of that person class, and this is being written by developer 2. So who is writing person? Developer 1, right? Right?
Yes.
Now, who knows better about the members of the person class? Is it developer 1 or developer 2?
1.
And why is it so? Because he has written that class, correct?
Yeah.
Now, who should decide what data should be formatted whenever required? Developer 1 or 2? Someone who knows better about the data. So it's developer 1, right?
Yeah.
But then can this developer who is writing the person class decide that this data should be displayed on console or into a web page or into a message box on a Windows operating system, let's say? It shouldn't. Reason? This code may be used within a console application, within a web application, within a phone application, within a desktop application, or within simply a service application which doesn't have any UI. So the handling of the data has to be with developer 2. Am I right?
Yeah.
Because developer 2 knows which kind of application he is writing and where the data should go. Correct?
Yes.
Now, to satisfy this, the pattern we have used comes in. Developer 1 says, okay, this is the formatted data that I am giving you. You decide where this data should go. So right line comes here. Understood?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Tomorrow, if I decide that it's not console application, it's a web application or it's a mobile application within which I want this data to be displayed, I don't need to ask the developer 2 to get this changed. This code can be used as it is in whatever application I'm writing. If it is a mobile application, instead of write line, there must be something else. For a Windows application, it is message box, message box.show. For a web application, we probably use response.write. So it is developer 1's call. Sorry, developer 2's call. Where to display this or whether not to display but store it somewhere, whatever. Understood?
Yes.
I hope everyone understands this. Okay. Now before we proceed, here I create another class in another folder. So right click on the project and say add new folder. I call this folder as arithmetic. Right click this arithmetic folder and say add class. Let's add a class named as maths. And once the class appears, make the class public. Okay, till here. Nothing new as such. What we have done, have a quick recap. I just added another folder in my project by the name arithmetic. And within that folder, I added a new class file named as maths, which gave me this class maths. I made it public. Okay. I want this class to provide me a constant value that is pi. And that also not through the instance of the class, but as a static member. To make it static, static keyword is there. And to make it publicly accessible, I probably say public static. The value of pi is usually a float value, right? Maybe I can make it double for high precision. So I say double. I want this to be a constant as well. I want this value to not change once it is assigned. So here I say use the keyword const. Data type will be required. Constants are defined with all caps letters in the name. I cannot terminate the statement like this. Whenever I am defining constant, I have to assign a value right there. Here I say it is equal to 22.0D, D is for double, slash 7.0D, again for double. Okay, constants cannot be made static. They're anyways accessible by default. So I just say public const double
Saket,
is equals to this
I didn't
expression.
get the part why you remove static.
Constants are by default going to behave like static only
Okay.
because their value will not change. So
Right.
even if you say that there is a separate copy available, it won't serve the purpose. So the language automatically optimizes the constant to behave like a static so that
Okay.
one single memory allocation can serve all objects. Understood?
Understood.
So explicitly we cannot specify static as language is already doing that for me. Okay. This is constant. Constant has to be initialized in line and cannot be assigned to anywhere. Right? I go back to program class. Maybe I can get this of code commented. And then here I say using csdemo dot arithmetic. And then here I say console dot write line. In fact, just write line. Dot. See, it's directly appearing here. I don't need to create the object. Maths.py. Let's. I get the value. If I try to assign something to this, maths.py is equals to 23D. Won't allow me. Simply it says it's not possible for a constant. It has to be a variable or a property or an indexer, which is a special type of property only. So this is not supported. For what? For constant. Understood? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, probably if you have worked with constants in C++ or in Java, where and why we need constants, you already are aware of it. I need not tell you. It was more about understanding how constants are defined in .NET and how they are used, right? So I hope everyone understands it. Yes?
Yes.
Let's close this class file, the maths.cs thing. Then I go back to Solution Explorer, right click on project and say add another folder for me. Oops. My mouse has become too sensitive. So add new folder. I call it as utilities. In this folder, I add a new class, ROI provider, of interest provider. I make this class public. I want a property over here to be created. In fact, the property I want it to be something like which is variable at the beginning but becomes constant once it is assigned to. So how do I create? Because see, rate of interest can change over time. I want whenever application starts, it should pick the value from the database. And once it is assigned, it should behave like a constant. Until and unless the application is not restarted, this value should not be allowed to be changed. How do I do this? I'm looking for a variable which behaves like a constant. So basically, I'm looking for a constant which behaves like a constant that is able to defer its initialization. This is where we bring in a feature called as read-only variables. This is how we define them. Public, static, or maybe just public read-only. Data type, let's say it is double for high precision. I name this as ROI. Read-only fields are also supposed to be defined with all caps because they behave like constant only. But with read-only variables, do you see, even if I'm not doing initialization in line, it's not complaining. There is not an error. At this moment, it is still variable, and variables are not supposed to be initialized in line mandatorily. They are optional. Yes or no? But having read-only keyword makes also sure that this field cannot be assigned once it is already assigned. And this assignment can also be done only within a constructor. If I create a method over here, like this, and if I try to say ROI is equals to 10.5%, it won't allow me. It says read-only field cannot be assigned to. This is where I'm getting the behavior of a constant. Right? But if I use a constructor, just type CTOR and press tab key twice, you will have the constructor created. Here I can say ROI is equals to whatever I want. Same expression, but it works here but not here. Now I am hard coding this because we have not learned how to talk to databases. Once we learn the database stuff, you can probably remove this hard coded value and you can pull in the data from a database. Correct? Here it behaves like a variable, but once it is assigned, later on it behaves like a constant. If this, go back to program, import the namespace, csdemo dot utilities. I'll get this commented. And here I'll go for getting the instance of the class ROI provider and the name provider equals new ROI provider. And then I say right line and interpolating the rate of interest is provider dot ROI. If I try to assign something to this, it won't allow. It says it cannot be assigned. So again, here also the behavior is just like constant. Am I right? Am I right? And do you understand this? Yes or no?
Yes.
See, there are two mindsets.
Saket, I have a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I am reassigning the value of ROI in constructor itself, it's allowing that.
Yeah, because constructor is allowed to assign the values. It will take the latest value from there. Maybe you might want some calculations to be done based on the base rate. Like our banking system in India goes with the rate of interest decided based on the rate of interest decided by RBI. RBI says my repo rate is X. The bank in India has to be a member of RBI, and there the bank will be mandatorily required to set the rate of interest based on the repo rate. Right? So here probably it could be repo rate set by RBI, which is 5 plus 2%. It will be 7%. So maybe ROI I set first to what the repo rate is provided by RBI, and then I apply my own logic to get my, as a bank, my own rate of interest that will be shared with my customers. So that's why reassigning is possible here. I can say ROI plus equal to 2. Within constructor, it's assignable. Outside constructor, anywhere else, it cannot be assigned. Understood?
Okay, got it.
And whatever is the final value assigned by the constructor, that becomes the constant. Understood?
Yes, Saket.
So, prior to this, in most of the languages, we have only variables and constants. Either the entity is variable, can change over time completely with no control, or it can be a constant. Once assigned, it cannot be changed at all, right? But we have needs in modern days where we want the value to behave like a constant once it is initialized with deferred initialization. Here I'm not initializing it. I'm initializing it here. This is called as deferred initialization, right? And once I come out of this logic, it just behaves like a constant. Useful or not?
Yes, useful.
Right, every midnight I may restart my application because usually the rate changes happen at 12 midnight, right? So the fresh rate, whatever is there in the database or in the web service, will be considered for the next day's session. Yes or no? This becomes very, very flexible scenario for me, right? Let's comment this out here. Next, just keep person and program class open over here. What I'm looking for is to extend the person class so that it can allow me to handle the employee data. Person already has got ID, name, age. Employee is a person only. So employee will have ID, name, age inherited from person. In addition to that, what else we can put? Maybe department number, maybe salary. Yes? Yes?
Yes, again.
So now because this is a related class, where I should be adding it? Directly in the project or in a new folder, or I can reuse one of the folder created. Yes, anybody?
Inside demographics,
Yes,
same
because
as of
all related stuff will be grouped together, right? That way. Physically the files and logically the classes, right? So right click, demographics, add class. I want a class with the name employee to be created. So here I put employee, say add. See, by default it goes in the same namespace. I say the class is public. I want this class to be inherited from person class. Do I need to import the namespace for person class here in order to make this class inherit from person?
no.
No, because both classes are in the same namespace, so they can see each other directly. How do we inherit a class from another class in Java? What is the syntax? I believe it is like public class employee inherits person. The keyword inherits has to be used. Am I right?
It's extends.
Extends. Inherits, I guess, is in VB. So sorry about it. Side effects of knowing multiple languages, right? Okay, extends. So you will say public class employee extends person. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes.
With the access specifier, private, protected, or public.
Do we have that in Java? I doubt.
I don't know about Java.
This,
It's in C++.
yeah, the access specifier thing basically is supported only within C++.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the syntax over here for inheritance is actually derived from C++, barring the access specifier. Here we say employee colon person, which you can read as employee inherits person or employee extends person, as per your comfort. Understood? There is no access specifier scope here because
So
each members have their individual access specifiers here. Sorry. Did you notice here? In C++, we don't have access specifier individually given to the fields. We create a section. This is public section, this is private section, this is protected section. Am I right?
Right.
That is why the access specifiers can be specified here with inheritance, so that you can specify which members you want to inherit. Public, private, protected, or some combination, right? Now here we have individual access specifiers for all the members, hence it's not required to provide the specifier here. All members will be inherited by default. Just that which one is accessible, which one is not, will be decided by the access specifier. Understood? Okay, and that is the same behavior as Java. Just that the syntax is taken from C++ here. Now, I want employee class to have ID, name, and age, which anyways it has got via inheritance from person. I want employee to have additional couple of properties, department and salary. Okay. So one way is I create my data members and properties like this, or else I can use something called as auto implemented properties also. Just type prop and press tab twice. Data type what you are looking for, say for department number it is int. I give the property name directly and there is nothing else required. This property is exactly same as, in fact the compiler will automatically extend this property. Let me keep it side by side. So this property, the statement 11, line number 11 will be expanded to like something like this. Private int department number and then there is a public property, public int department number with get block having return statement for department number. And then set block having the expression as department number equals to value. This one single line statement is equivalent of this much of code. I would probably go for auto implemented properties when I don't have any plan of having explicit validation in the set block for this property at all, or maybe I have a requirement but that may come in future. As of now I don't have any requirement of validating this. So why I should spend my time and efforts in writing this long code which can be achieved by just one single line of code? Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes, Saket.
And is it useful?
Yes.
Over the time I can probably change this at a later stage, right? As far as the data type and the Name is same. I don't have any problem with refactor. Here I go and create another property like this. PROP tab. I want it to be of type double with the name salary. Right?
One doubt, Saket.
Yes.
If we do not have any setting rules while setting the variable, so is it same as of without writing getter set, just public in department number?
You can think of like that because there is no validation being done, but we are keeping it ready for the future. The name will not change, no.
Okay.
There can be a backing field coming in. The set block can be expanded, and we can put in the rule at a later stage. So by using this auto implemented property, we are making our code future ready. Understood?
Okay, got it.
My client program will not require any changes to be made. Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Now, before we proceed with the employee stuff further, let's have a revisit to person class. Person class has got ID and its property, name and its property, age and its property, and a method get formatted data. Correct? The way how I was using it via the default constructor, where I was forced to set all the properties individually. Person to new person, I want to pass the values like this. What do I need? I need a parameterized constructor, right? So I go back to person class, and just after the last property, I type CTOR, press tab twice. First, the default constructor I'll have without any code into it. Then I'll have another constructor, CTOR tab with the parameters. So here I have overloaded constructors now. I have int ID, string, name, and int age. Here I say the property ID is equals to the parameter ID. Property name is equal to the parameter name. The property age is equal to the variable age. I should use properties only because they have validation code. I don't want to rewrite that here. Okay. Now just one question. If I'm writing this constructor and here this constructor doesn't have any code, why do I need this? Is it mandatory to have the default constructor?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It's not. Even if you don't have a default constructor, it's okay. That could be the case where you want your object to be initialized always with parameterized constructors. But if you want multiple ways of initialization to be provided to your user, in that case, you may want a default constructor to be there. Understood? Understood?
Yes, Saket.
Now this seems to be working. I can say write line p1 dot get formatted data. We'll check this first, whether it is working or not. It's just giving me the results, right? employee class as well. Create employee object here. It will be employee emp is equals to new employee. Default constructor is one of the option. In fact, right now it is the only option I have. Then I have to go with emp dot. See, all the members are there. ID, name, age, inherited from person, and then I have department number and salary from employee class itself. But I don't want that way. I want it to be initialized with constructor. So how do I create constructor here? Same way. CTOR. Usually we keep a default constructor if my base class has got a default constructor. Here, default constructor comes in. I want this to hand over the initialization of the members of the person class to the constructor of the person class only. So for that, here I put colon base and no parameters. This is something what we call as constructor chaining. Similar feature in Java also. So can someone tell me how we achieve this there?
Saket,
It's exactly
can you repeat
same.
once?
Yeah. So I may have some code written in the base class constructor to initialize my members with default values, right? If I have not written, system must be doing it.
Yes.
When I use employee constructor, don't you think the job of initializing the members of person class should be taken care of by the person class only?
Yes.
That way, don't you think I need to pass on the control, the execution control to the person class constructor?
Okay, got it.
That's what constructor chaining will do. And first it will go and get the person members initialized. Then it will come into the body and will get the local members initialized here.
But
Right?
Saket,
Okay.
as the properties of person class is inherited in employee, so that properties are also a part of employee now, like ID and
Yes,
name and
but
all.
don't you think
So
if I write the code for explicit initialization here, it will be repetition of code?
no, I was just asking that is it compulsory to do constructor chaining?
Say it's not compulsory, but it's a right practice.
Okay.
Thing is, if I have written the code of initializing the person members in person class constructor already, why should I redo it in employee? Just because I'm inheriting.
Okay, got it.
I don't want to rewrite that code, no? Because object-oriented programming also promotes reusability. So why don't we use the reusable feature? So that's what constructor chaining is doing for me, correct? Employee class is saying to person, you do the initialization of your members and give it to me. I will take care of initializing my own local members. So that finally at the end, I will have all of the members initialized. Understood? Understood?
Yes, got it.
Okay. So I was asking, there is a similar feature in Java. We do constructor chaining there as well. How do we achieve that?
Super keyword.
Instead of base, we use super, and that goes inside the body itself, right?
Yeah.
We don't have this kind of syntax. Okay. Now I go for the parameterized constructor for employee. Which all parameters I should define here? Is it only department number and salary? Because person is taking care of its own parameters already. Or I should have all 5 parameters.
All 5.
All 5 will be needed. So here I say int department number, string name, int age, int sorry, it should be int ID here. Then department number comes here. Then double sum. Okay. Now the code for initializing these 3 members already has been written. Where? Here in this constructor of the person class. Can I use constructor chaining here as well? Yes, why not? Yes. The person members to the person class. So the person class parameterized constructor will get these 3 members initialized for employee. And employee will take care of only the additional part. So here we go ahead and say department number equals to department number, salary equals to salary. Understood?
Yes.
Now here I can say 101 James number, okay, age is there, so 46. Then department number it is asking for, let's say 10. Salary, let's say is how do I display this back? Right line. There is already a method inherited here from person class, that is get formatted data. Let's start. Working, but I can't see the additional data members which have been put into employee. Yes or no?
Yes.
Why is it so?
Because in get formatted data there we gave only the details of ID, name and age.
So can I give department number and salary here?
No,
No.
Why?
because it's the
Employee
parent
is
class.
inherited from person. Person is not inherited from
Yeah.
employee. So person is not aware of any additional stuff, right?
Yes.
This cannot be modified. So what is the solution? Simply, I make this. By making this virtual, this becomes polymorphic. Okay. Now, in employee class, because of that polymorphic behavior of get formatted data method, I would be allowed method here. Just type override and press spacebar. You get the list of methods that can be overridden. One of which is get formatted data. From where the other 3 are coming. .NET data types all are inherited from object class. Everything is object in .NET. Whether it is reference type, value type, whatever. Means directly your object inherits, directly or indirectly it inherits from object. Object class. Object class members are here. Equals to string get hash code. So these 3 members are appearing from there. My class is inherited from person. Person doesn't have these 3, but person itself is inheriting from object. An object has got these three. So these three are also appearing. Understood? So let's select get formatted data and press tab. It automatically gives me the syntax. Public override string get formatted data. No parameters changed here. I get this option cut. Return statement I need. This should return a formatted string, interpolated string. So I say dollar double quotes. In curly brace here, the first thing I want to have is what person is giving me. So I say call base.get formatted data here. So ID, name, age will come from person's get formatted data, comma, I put the additional stuff here. Department number, colon, department number, comma, salary, colon, salary. I don't make any change in program.cs. I just start the program. It just changed its behavior. Do you see this? Message has not changed here at the client end, but behavior has changed here. That's why it is called as polymorphic behavior. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Now one question here. If I uncomment this, what this get formatted data will give me? Only these three values, or it will give me department number and salary as well?
Only three values.
Only three values?
And for this,
All
All
five.
the five values.
let's see. So that's correct. Now, the real question comes, what would happen if I say person P2 is equals to new employee? And values 102 on department 10, salary is 50,000 and then I say right line dot get formatted data. So there are two questions here. The first is whether this expression is valid or not.
It is valid.
Parent object can always point to the child object, right? Because its portion already belongs to this object, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
So this is a valid reference. Second question, what will be the output now with this? Will it be
All five.
just first three or all five?
All five.
All five.
It's all five. How come? Because the object is of type employee on the heap. The pointer is of type person, but the actual object that is created is of type employee, which has got all five values. And get formatted data is always searched from bottom to top of the hierarchy, where employee class is at the bottom, person is at the top in our setup, right? So get formatted data is called from here only. Understood? Is it understood?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So context based behavior is there or not? Yes, it is. This is method overriding. Now I make a small change here. Instead of override, I put a keyword new. This brings in method hiding. Okay. It doesn't matter in the base class whether virtual is given or not. New can be used directly. Override needs virtual or abstract. New doesn't need anything. What do you think? What will be the outputs now? Tell me about this first.
Three.
101, James
James
46.
46.
What about this? 101, James 46. 10 and 1 lakh. All the 5 values will be displayed, right?
Yes.
What about this expression?
This time only 3 will be displayed
And why is it so?
because now it is not overridden.
It's not overridden and it's looking for this reference only, not what we have on the heap memory. Right? It's just going by the pointer type itself. Understood? Understood?
Yes.
Same object if I use it this way, same expression. Is in parenthesis now. And there I use the typecasting operator, explicit typecasting operator as, and here I say employee dot get formatted data. See what it is giving me. I changed my pointer data type itself to employee with this, right? So once the data type is changed, it now goes to employee class and gets the definition from there. Is this also context-based behavior or not? Yes or no? Tell me quickly. It's already 1 o'clock. You must be hungry as well. Even I am. So let's quickly finish this. This is context-based behavior or not? The object is same, the call is same, that means the message is same in both cases, but the behavior is coming different. Now here the context is of person. Here for P2 the context is of employee. Yes or no?
Yes.
So this is also polymorphic behavior, can we say?
Yeah.
And I hope you understood the difference between overriding and method hiding. The method hiding will drop the polymorphic behavior. I cannot override this method further. It becomes sealed or finalized. Understood?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so that is it till lunch break. So as I said, it's already 1:02, so we'll go for a lunch break here and we'll resume the session at 2:15, where we are going to talk about delegates, anonymous methods, lambda expressions, and events. That will be our first two topics, and then followed by the parallel programming. with task parallel library. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Shall we resume?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before we actually proceed with the next topic, do we have any questions here with this, what we have seen so far? No questions?
No.
Okay. So here I go to whiteboard again, and here we are going to talk about one of the situation based on which we will be then initiating our next topic. So suppose there is a class library created which has got a class called as demo. It has got some method into it. Do some process that takes in some input, maybe string, one or more parameters may be there, and is doing something. Okay. I have a main program. So here I have class program. This library is suppose written by developer 1. This main program is being written by another developer, say developer 2. Here we have static void main. Which is creating the instance of the demo class. Calling the method do some process. Like this, passing some data. And finishes. The requirement over here is based on certain condition. I feel that this data is not enough. I want to notify the caller, which is this main method in this case, that I need some more information in between. And whatever information is entered, it should come back here, and my further logic should just continue as it is. Right? So practically what I'm looking for is I want to call back something from here so that the calling program comes to know that, okay, there is something missing. How do we achieve this? Yes, anyone? Think about it. C++ has got a solution over here for this. So practically, if I'm looking for this to work, here as a caller, first of all, I need to create some method. Let's say named as get more data. Maybe it's not having the return type as string. Rather, it has got, yeah, it's not void, it's string. And takes in a parameter of type string for receiving the message communicated by this side. And here it has got the code to collect more data, and there is a return statement which then returns back. So what I'm looking for is whenever I make the call to do some process, I want this method to be passed as a parameter in addition to the parameter representing the data item. Let's say get more data. So first question here, can I pass a method itself as a parameter? Get more data is a method, right? Can I pass method as a parameter to another method?
Yes.
How? In C++, most likely you will use a feature called as function pointer. Right? Functions directly cannot be passed as parameter to another function in most of the compiled programming languages based on object-oriented programming approach. You can pass in only data items. C++ does support this by making use of function pointer because pointer is a data item, but because it's a pointer, it contains the reference of another function. Right, and the same thing can be received over here, this side as well, where I can say string data, comma, I'm asking for some function pointer type by the name, let's say callback. And that allows me to go ahead with this, where I say callback, need some more data, whatever the message I want to pass back. Okay. How .NET allows this? .NET is more of a object-oriented application programming framework. And in any such framework, the concept of pointers is never going to be allowed, because they are not safe. Any pointer arithmetic goes wrong, your program can crash. Not only program, the hardware itself can be damaged, and that kind of damage would be mostly irrecoverable. So that's why a typical programming language platform, application programming platform, will never allow you to use pointers. Same reason is there why Java doesn't allow pointers. Okay, so how will we achieve? If we can make the concept of pointers little safer by providing some alternative, I still want the references to be carried, but not as pointer, but as object, where the reference of the method is present. I can use that here. The objects that carry method references in .NET are called as delegates. Understood? So your solution here is a delegate. They behave just like pointers, but they are much more safe. They carry a signature which needs to match with this function, whatever is being supplied for the delegate. At compile time only, all the binding information is checked. If any mismatch is found, the delegate is rejected straight away. That makes your application much more safer. Okay. So one such scenario we are going to see as the demo to understand the concept of delegates. So before we see the implementation, tell me if the requirement is clear to all of you. What we are looking to achieve. Is that clear to all of you?
Yes, Saket.
Okay. So let's go to Visual Studio. Let's start with a new project. I'll look for a console application.NET framework once again. Click next. I name this as CS_demo. Create. Now before I work with this, assume that now the developer one comes in and provides me some library functionality. Why library? Because I want that code to be reusable across different applications. So I just right click on solution in Solution Explorer window and select add new project. Once you select add new project, this new project window should be appearing once again. Yes? Yes, everyone on the screen?
Yes.
In the third drop down here, change the application type to library now. So it comes up with multiple options, which are all there for library functionality. Out of this, search for class library.NET framework. Got it? Class library.NET framework. Select this option, click next. Give the name to the project as demo lib for library. Go with the latest framework selection, click create. As a result, in Solution Explorer, now you will see within the same solution, I have got two projects. CS Demo Delegates, which is a console executable application. Then I have got Demo Lib, which is the class library application. The class library applications cannot run on their own. They are going to generate DLL files and need to be consumed within some executable application to make use of the code within them. And that's why you can see the file which is created over here for source code is named as class1.cs, which contains only the class definition. There is no program class, there is no main method, nothing for making this application executable. Okay, right click this class1.cs file and get it renamed to callback delegate.cs.
Saket, I didn't get that class 1 thing you
talked about. Which project you selected? Did you add the second project?
Yes, I did.
So which project template you selected? Did you select this class library.NET framework?
Yes, I did. Actually, you spoke a line about the class 1, right? That it doesn't have main or something.
Okay. The thing is, you created a class library project, right?
Right.
Class library doesn't execute on its own. It creates a DLL when compiled. DLL needs to be consumed from within some other application, right?
Right.
And that is why the class library project doesn't come up with any code that is representing the project as executable project. You don't have any main method or anything here, right?
Got it. Okay.
Just class1.cs file which contains this class.
Right. Correct.
Okay. So rename this to callback delegate.cs. Press enter. It will pop up a dialog like this saying you are renaming a file. Would you also like to perform a rename in the project of all the references to this code element named class1? Select yes here so that your class name also gets changed from class1 to callback delegate. Done. Once done, remove the curly braces pair for the class definition. Replace the keyword class with delegate to define a delegate. And what I said, delegates are the objects that contain or that hold the reference of another method. And to make them safe, crash proof, we need to specify a signature for the delegate just like a method. So I say, I'm looking for a delegate that returns me a string. And that takes in a parameter of type string by the name message. Is it clear?
Yes.
Then go to Solution Explorer, carefully right click on the demo lib project, the class library project which has got this callback delegate.cs file. Right click on that project and say add class. Let's name this class as demo. Or maybe click add. You have the class demo class over here. Make the class public. Here I have a method public void process data. It's in a string parameter named as full name. And I want, if my condition is not matching, I should be able to call back a method submitted by the caller of this method. So I want a reference of a method to be received here. Because while writing this, I don't know by what name and where that method is going to be written by the developer too, right? So for that purpose here, I take help of callback delegate object which we created in the previous file here. And I name this parameter as callback. I don't care which reference comes in. I just know that whatever reference is there, I would be looking to call it. Okay. Here I say console.writeLine function. I want this full name to be split based on the spaces in between. So here I say var names equal to full name dot split on the basis of the space character. So within single quotes, I have put space bar, single space bar. So full name should be having 3 names into it. First name, middle name, last name. That's the
Saket, one
condition I'm
question.
going to put here. Yeah.
Yes, where is this demo class located? Like in which project have you created this demo
We
class?
added this in Demolib.
Okay. So if both the callback delegates and the demo class is in the same demo lib, then why can't we put these two functions in a single, and then we don't need this delegate thing? We can have this
See,
both the
the
function in the
user
same file.
the user of the process data method will be this program.cs file, the main method. And it's in a different project altogether.
Okay.
Understand? Now, it is the duty of this project to send me the reference of a function, which needs to be called back.
Okay.
So I need to
Got it.
create an interface which receives the reference of the function, no?
Okay. Got it.
As a service provider, I created that mean by declaring a delegate here. I'll ask my client that you create the instance of this delegate and supply your method here, which I am receiving here. And then I'll be performing a callback when required. So here, if here I put a if statement which checks if names, which will be an array now of type string, dot length is not equal to 3. Instead of if, I can also say go for a while loop. While names dot length is not equal to 3, repeatedly keep taking the input from the user. How do it takes the input from the user? I need to say callback dot invoke with the message going back invalid name. Name must have valid, yeah, name must have, I would say it is full name. So full name must have first name, middle name, and last name. This looks like an error, so maybe I can specify the message in a little different way also. Enter name, in the format first name space middle name space last name. Now see, it's not necessary that always the user is going to send a reference of a function here. User may choose to not send the reference here, right? So then in that case, this callback will be null and this invoke will fail because the methods cannot be called on a null reference. To check that, I put question mark over here. Callback question dot invoke. What this does is it just checks if callback is null, then ignore rest of the part. If not null, then proceed with dot invoke and the remaining part. Make sense?
But in that case, it will be stuck in that while loop, na?
Is it? Let's see. Here I say console.writeLine. Okay, yeah. So here I need to do a little adjustment once again, where I need to receive the names once again over here. So maybe I can say name is equals to this, and I go ahead and say names is equals to full name dot split in on space. First time I do it upfront on this full name. Second time onwards, I do it on the value that is going to be returned by the delegate or delegate call. And then it will just keep on checking again. So there will be an exit condition also, right? Then I say console.writeLine. And interpret interpolated string colon names of 0 comma middle name colon names of 1 last name colon of 2. Right, so there is a check where I am finding the data given over here is not sufficient or not proper. I want to talk back to the program who is calling myself and get the correct input from there, and then I continue. Understood?
Saket, if in case when callback is null, I haven't passed any callback function. So what will be the value of full name in that case?
Full name will be automatically null in that case.
So
Because what
and
I
in
said, if callback is null, then null. The full name will be assigned to null only.
and names, does split of null works?
Split of null will be just returning a null only. Right? So maybe we can put a condition here as well to make it even more safer. I cut this and I say if full name is not equal to, or simply I put a check like this, if not string dot null or empty is null or empty full name, then do this.
So, but in that case, name will remain the same as previous one, and while loop will continue.
Yes. That's what we want. No?
So if I haven't passed any callback function, that we do not want.
Okay. Okay, I understand. What you are looking for is if there is no callback, simply I should exit from here. That's what you mean, right?
Right, right.
We can put that check here. It's if callback is null, return. Maybe not here.
We should
The
put
right
it
place
under
will be after
while.
console right. It has to be checked first only, right? Because once it goes in while, we are assuming there is a callback.
But if we
And
break
then,
inside while after
yeah,
checking this condition,
after checking that, if some other, suppose this program is running on a multi-threaded application, it is quite possible that callback can still become null. That's why we are putting question dot also. To double check that it should not be null.
no, I'm not just saying that. I'm saying, what if we break the while condition after checking name.len? Because if the name would be appropriate without any callback, this will also return in this case.
No, see, the flow will be first we check if callback is null. If yes, don't do anything, just return. If callback is not null, then only it will process this part. No.
No, but if the name is right, we have all the three things: full first name, middle name, and last name.
Yeah. So
We should
if
print
it
we should print that without the callback also.
okay, I understand what you're saying. maybe what we can do is we can modify this code a bit more. Take this here. Move this from here. It will not get inside. Yeah, see, it is going to take care of it. I will just move this. Here. If length is not 3, the while loop is not going to be processed. It will directly go ahead and display this. If length is, if length is 3 exactly, it will go ahead and print this. If length is not equal to 3, then only this is going to be processed now. So I hope now this is something which will take care of what you were asking. Yes?
Right, sir.
Okay. Fine. So this is ready. Now I get back to my program.cs file in CS demo delegates. Now, in order to be able to use these two objects, callback delegate and demo class, do I need to tell this project that it has to use demolib class library or not? Some linking we have to provide or not? We have to, right? So here I say references, right click, and then select add references. See where we did this? In demo delegates project references. On left hand side, you select projects. Here demolib appears. Make sure the checkbox is selected and click OK. Fine. The references of demo delegates now have demolib also added into it. Means this project demo delegates is aware of demolib. I can simply put a using statement to import the namespace named as demolib that allows me to create the instance of demo class, new demo class, and then there I try to call process data. Process data here requires two parameters, full name and callback delegate. I just give it as this. Callback delegate. Start with I'm just giving null. And there is console.read. I start the program. I don't get any output in this case, but no error. I give full name. It just displays me the right output. I fall back to this and just to check that it's going to ignore my input. I run it again. Blank window, that means all okay. But I want this condition to be handled. If input is not proper, here I want to create a method which should take care of it. So create a method here, static, because I'm going to use it in static context. If I don't use static, I would be required to create the instance of program class, and via that instance I would be able to access the method, right? So that's a simple thing. Here I say method return string has a name proper full name, receives a string parameter named as message. Here I have a variable string full name. There goes console.write statement. Enter your full name, or maybe instead of this I can just say display this message itself, because whatever the message is required we have already given it here. So I can say console.write message. Then I say full name equals to console.readline. There I say return full. And I want this method to be passed here. How do I pass this? I simply pass new instance of callback delegate to the constructor. I pass this method name as the parameter. So with this expression, what happens is this delegate object knows that it has to find the reference of this method, and that reference it has to carry as its member, which reaches over here. On the basis of which we have the first preliminary check here, then we go with the further process. Right? So if full name is not there and not in correct format, this loop will just keep on prompting me to do the same thing again and again, until and unless the right output is not there. I mean, right input is not there. Understood? Let's see. First time itself it finds the name is not in proper format. It says give me the name in this format. I say Saket I give full name, but I accidentally don't pass the space there. It again prompts me. This time I just give this much. It again prompts me. This time I go and provide the input in proper format, and I get the output. Right? So if you want to see how the flow is going on, we will use breakpoints. Remember breakpoints? I put the breakpoint right over here where the process starts. Main method is the first thing to start. In that case, the object is being created. That's not a big deal. The method process data will be called first, and there onwards we have to do line by line execution. So I put the breakpoint, I click on start. It waits here. I want to go inside process data method and debug it. So instead of F10 this time, I'll use F11. That is called as step in. It goes to process data. It has received full name as Saket Karnik. Callback as method equals to something. Get proper full name. See, it now knows that whenever callback is invoked, it has to actually invoke get proper full name method. While writing this method, we didn't knew what will be the name of that method. But at runtime, it now knows.